Hello, P Volto, Penguin. Hello, 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 everybody. Do 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 do. So, Andrew made a proposal for a new built-in in the language. Okay, sorry, I'm doing the last few things. Also, I need to announce the stream. I forgot. I'll probably do that, huh? Okay. I'm also thinking that maybe I should bring back some music. Just something simple. I don't know. Let's go with the piano music. $502. Okay, Google. Ah. Is Zig better than Rust? You're riding an LSB server, LSP, in Rust, and I'm kind of frustrated. Yeah, I was joking, I understood. So you're writing an LSP server and you're frustrated. Is Zig better than Rust? Well, I don't think it's possible to make objective statements when it comes to languages because they ultimately are a tool. They're like they're tools that ideally amplify your own capabilities. So, different people need different things. So I don't think it's possible to make a purely objective statement, or I don't know, maybe you can, but then even if you do, the utility of that statement is limited. What I will say is that it depends on who you are. Depending on who you are, you might be significantly more productive with one of the two languages rather than with the other. So I don't know, try things out. I usually tell people to do 1 week of Rust and 1 weekend of Zig after that and see which one they like most. For language servers specifically, I've written a few in Zig, and here's what I recommend. Check out Zig Tools LSP Kit. These are bindings to the language server APIs written in Zig, so that you don't have to do all the work yourself. Then after that, if you want to see a few concrete examples of language servers, check this out. This one I made is called Super HTML. It's a language server for HTML that tells you about wrong syntax. And you can use this as an example of both, what a language server looks in Zig, including a parser, but also it's an example of how to use LSP Kit. So check this out. And if you want one second point of comparison, just so that you can see like a different language server, like a third one, check this one out. It's called Ziggy. This one also I made. It's a data serialization language. Not this one, the static site generator. This one, it's a serialization language. It's an alternative to JSON. I'm not trying to sell you on my wacky JSON alternative language. The point is, I wrote a language server for it, so this is a different example. In some ways, this is simpler than the Super HTML one. So maybe this is the first language server that you want to take a look at. It's probably going to be easier to move around in this code base than the other one, but both should be fine. So I don't know. These are some examples. Obviously, you can also take a look at ZLS itself. That's the Zig language server. But that one is like more complicated because it's in some ways, let's say, more serious. Because these are language servers for data formats. ZLS is for Zig, which is a proper programming language, and everything is a bit more complicated because of that. But either way, yeah. These are a few examples of things that we have in the Zig ecosystem. As for whether you're gonna have a better or worse time than Rust, I don't know. That's up to you. By the way, if you don't know anything about Zig, be aware that you will need to level up a little bit before you can write a language server without hitting blockers because you don't know how to do something. So make sure that you give yourself some time to learn Zig if you're starting from zero. But then it shouldn't be too long before you can start tackling a language server. So Andrew has proposed this this built-in. I don't know. I don't have strong opinions. But I think I know why he did this. And I think he's telling you in the code example. I think somebody used real path somewhere in the compiler and RealPath is a very problematic OS API. So he wants to forbid usage of RealPath anywhere in the code base. Kind of funny. Okay. So what are we working on today? Good question. I think I want to work on the chat application. What specifically? I don't know. Check out what I added yesterday. So yesterday I added this. We run the client. The server is not running. So now the client is starting to reconnect, and it has a countdown between retries. So it tells you how much it's waiting before retrying again. These obviously should become like some kind of exponential back off, right? It shouldn't be retrying to reconnect every 2 seconds like this. But you know, so far this is the retry policy is not particularly enlightened, and but we are resurfacing this information on the client in a very clean way, in my opinion. So there's that. Also, notice one thing though. Look at 2, 1, 0. You see how, I don't know, the timings are so uneven. It's because I'm re-rendering once a second, and that makes everything kind of imprecise. If I take out 1, 0 in here and I start rendering every 100 milliseconds, every 10th of a second. Oh, never mind. I thought this would be better, but it's not so much better. Well, it is more consistent, but I don't know if I would consider this to be good, really. Anyway, so what are we doing next? So we have this thing that tells you that it's reconnecting. We have user creation. We don't have good delta updates. You mentioned about need to level up before doing LSP. In what matter do I need to focus not specifically, but more generally? Well, I mean, do you know how to make an array in Zig? Do you know how to make a heap allocated array in Zig? Do you know how to format a string? Do you know how to define your type, pass it around? Do you know how to deal with pointers? Because you need to do this stuff as you write the language server, so you need to be comfortable doing these things. It's not something like insane, but you need to know the language a little bit. You cannot hit the ground running like you would be able with, say, Python, for example, because in Python, even if you don't know how to do anything, you can kind of stumble your way to success. But with Zig, it's if you don't know, for example, the difference between an array and a slice, and you define a slice variable, and you expect that to be an array, you think that creating a slice variable implies creating a buffer for those slice items, and you don't understand the roles of all these things, then you're gonna get stuck and you're not gonna have a good time. So you need to have that nailed down. Like you need to know your way around memory management, which is not a huge topic, but you need to understand the difference between the stack, the heap, a slice, an array, constantness of pointers, that kind of stuff, slicing, at the very least. And then you have also stuff like parsing, numbers, formatting strings. Also, you need to understand a little bit how the Zig type system and comtime type definitions work, because you will have to work with the types defined by LSP-Kit, and those types are defined through a bunch of reflection because those types get generated by processing the language server spec. And so also some experience there will help you navigate what your possibilities are, like how to, for example, how to make your callbacks, make sure that they report the type that you want them to report, that kind of stuff. So it's nothing huge, but you need to learn a little bit of Zig before you can be productive at working on this kind of stuff. While I work on a compiled programming language called RC, implemented in Rust for a game for langgemgamejam.com. There is also one Zig guy. Oh, they post their codes in Jam Discord. Cool. There was a game jam a while ago. Well, by now it's a few years ago. For the WASM 4 fantasy console, and Zig was very popular when that happened. Like I think the majority of games for WASM 4 had been done with Zig, or if not the majority, well, no, maybe not the total majority, but like of any one language, Zig was definitely the biggest one. Then I think that if you sum all the other languages, Zig might not have been, above 50%. In any case, it was like a serious contender, and it was like a few years ago. So yeah. I need to take a look at LSP-Kit sometime, see if it might be useful in Flow. I guess the question is whether they also generate types for clients. I think, well, I guess they do, because they have to, at the very least, decode those replies. I'm hoping that they also implement encoders so that you can generate those requests. I don't know. My game is going to be the first 3D game on that jam. Nice. Okay. So we need to decide what to work on. I think there are two things that I might be interested in. One is to continue working with database related stuff, because I'm having a good time dealing with SQLite. It's clearly not perfect. There's a lot of stringly typed stuff, which is not great. But I'm thinking about what would be a lightweight way of adding type safety to queries, for example. I'm sure there are some ways. Unfortunately, I fear that those ways might imply parsing SQL syntax. Could be better, could be worse, I guess. LSP client and server are kind of symmetric. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but if they focus on the server perspective, they could have, for example, cut some corners and implemented the coding of client requests without implementing encoding. So, I mean, I would assume that this is all done through metaprogramming, so it should not be the case, and it should be trivial in any case to support, both ways. But in theory, they could have done that. So, that said, yeah, I think it's probably going to be good. That way you share bugs. Every bug that the Zig language server has, then you also have in Flow, and you never have any trouble with ZLS, which is cool. Okay. Another thing that I would be interested in doing, I'm very happy with how the protocol stuff is turning out to be. So for example, talking about this stuff, do, 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 do. Why wait a second, protocol, why does it offer me only media? Where's protocol client and protocol server? Was I typoing it hardcore? Something got stuck. These two guys were not showing up, and I don't know why. Well, in any case, so I'm happy with how these types are being defined. You have structure, request or response, whatever. You define its serialization and deserialization functions entirely generically. They have one tiny struct for protocol specific metadata, which allows me to specify that username is actually not used necessary anymore. So it allows me to specify the length, the size of the length number, basically the max length of these of strings and other slices, which is nice. Yeah, maybe I had a typo in there. One thing that I noticed. Oh, you know what? So one thing that I noticed in core is that in other places, it's common to have a switch case that deals with all the possible messages that you can receive. And this is kind of making me think that maybe we should have a thing where we make for client and for server, we make one tagged union and we make these guys fields in that tagged union. So that way, whenever you add a new one, then you get a build error on every switch that is supposed to receive and manipulate these guys. That's one way of looking at it. Another way is you keep them separate, and it's still nice. Yeah, you have to remember every time you create one of these guys, you need to remember that you need to, well, in any case, you need to remember to tell the server that it needs to produce them, but that requires you in any case to implement the corresponding logic. So it's fine. But then also you need to remember to tell the client that this can be received over the network, and in turn, this can be rerouted once decoded to the core application. And processed. So I don't know, maybe turning this thing into a big union would be nice. Maybe not. Up to debate. It's not a huge deal though, I think, in any case. So we could, oh, you know what I want to fix though? I think I want to fix the server name, because we stopped sending over the server name at some point, and we lost that information, and now we don't do anything with it anymore. Like host sync actually sends over the name, which defaults to host, and in fact this is what we see. This is what we see normally when it's not loaded. So the question is, are we failing to load this data in the UI? I don't think we are. I think we're failing to send it over. So let's take a look at server run. And let's look at the place where we do host sync. Are you writing encoders decoders by hand? No. I used to have those because I don't remember exactly why I didn't go directly for full metaprogramming. I think it had something to do with the fact that I was using libxcv and doing callbacks. But now it works like this. Like you make, there's a function to make a serialized function. There's a function to make a deserialized function. And the alloc variant is just a wrapper around the writer based variant. So this is just convenience, but the actual implementation is, you know, what you would expect. Starts asserting that you're trying to serialize a struct because all my messages have to be structs at the top level. That's a thing that I decided. It actually simplifies implementation of these guys a bit. But in any case, yeah, they go field by field and they do stuff. Is the field order stable in Zig CompTime code? Yes. When you do reflection, the order in which you receive fields is the same in which you put them in the definition. So this is gonna be the first field, second, third, and fourth. They never change order. And even if this struct was well, no, this is the type of struct that technically reorders memory, but you don't see that through a reflection. So if your point is you would want to be able to serialize a entire struct and kinda bitcast it back to the original struct, then you would have to make either a packed struct or an extern struct. And if you do an extern struct, then you don't do serialization the way I do it, because in my case, I do it, I don't know what to call it. And this is not the most efficient way of doing it for sure. Yeah, I'm doing serialization field by field, basically. I'm not trying to write the entire thing at once and then cast it back all at once. So isn't that only for extern struct? Yeah? Extern struct? No, these are two like orthogonal things. When you do reflection, if you do reflection, the type of reflection where you want to iterate all these fields in a struct type, that will always return you these fields in the same order in which you wrote them in the code. Always. It doesn't matter the type of struct. Then a normal struct in memory will potentially have these fields reordered to reduce the amount of padding necessary. Then you have, let's say, two main ways of serializing this struct to send that struct over the network. One is both client and server use reflection code where they expect first this, then this, then this, then this. And you obviously have to write down this guy, then this guy, then this guy, then this guy. And the technique that you use to write those things down has to correspond to the technique that you use to read these things back. So, for example, and this is a choice that you entirely on you. For example, for me, serializing a slice corresponds to doing this. When I want to serialize a slice, I write down the length of the slice. I made this choice to not always use 64 bits to encode the slice length. So it's not always 8 bytes that you have to read from the network to recover the length of this slice. But instead, I have some definitions that you have to put in here, where you want to specify the type, the number of bytes that we can use to express length of slices. In this case, I'm doing U64 for both of these slices. But in this case, for example, there is an error message, and I'm saying the error message can only be can only use a U16 to express the length of this slice, which means that you cannot have a gigantic error message. Your error messages have to be fairly short. Actually, this might be even overkill, but in any case. So this is a choice that I made. I could have made a different choice. I could have not done this thing, and I could have used U32 for everything or U64 for everything, not usize, because if you use usize, then client and server will disagree on what a usize is potentially. So you don't want to use target dependent integer types. But so in my case, I write the length and then I write the slice. An alternative way could be that I could have expected all my slices to end with null terminators. So we don't print the length, we just keep reading until there's a null terminator. That's another style. So you choose the style in which you want to serialize this stuff. A different approach would be to mark this struct as extern and then write its contents, dump verbatim the bytes on the network, and then pull them back up on the client on the other side of the wire, and then bitcast them back into a slice. That is another approach. That's what you get if instead of doing, like in my case, I keep using stuff like write int. I mostly use write int and write byte, but there's also write struct and write struct. Extern or packed, I'm never sure what the exact difference is. Packed is an integer. If the thing is an integer, if the data type that you are, a packed struct is an integer number that you want to treat as a bit field. So for example, I would argue that the header of a packet, like a UDP packet, in my opinion, that should not be a packed struct, because it's not just an integer, it's more than that. And then maybe some components of it should be packed structs. Like a packed struct has bit packing in it. An external struct doesn't do bit packing. So these semantics also are different. In any case, this is what the behavior that you get from writer when you try to write a struct. If it's an auto struct, it complains. You cannot write a struct. You have to write it field by field. You have to do what I was doing in the previous code. If it's an external struct, then it does the bit casting, sorry, the dumping, let's say. And if it's packed, it just writes it down as an integer. But external structs still have padding, right? So you wouldn't want to use them in a protocol. Yes, although I would argue that maybe you should not define them to have padding, ideally. I would argue that maybe it is a good idea to define your protocol messages to not include padding anyway. But yes, you are right in saying that this code here will write on the wire also your garbage. Okay, keep thinking about it. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. But padding is architecture dependent, right? So you can define one external strat that has the same byte representation everywhere. For that, you use a packed strat. Padding is architecture dependent. That is a good point. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Because it's fair to say that, I don't know, like you don't do ABI interop across architectures normally. So I don't know how this stuff is defined in detail. So there might be truth in what you say. So you might argue that this is a bad idea. Although I also would argue that if you just make sure that your stuff doesn't have any padding, then you're good to go. So like, and you can enforce that in Zig, right? You can assert that bit size divided by 8 equals byte size. So you enforce it that way. And then you use this dumping trick. I mean, there are libraries, right, that do this. I'm thinking of, for example, of what is it called? Captain Proto. I think Captain Proto works mainly by allowing you to bitcast what's on the wire. Some HTTP headers require padding in the protocol. Well, yeah, there's like unused bits, right? That is a thing that is common. But I think it's also, but I think that what Neurosite is saying is interesting. Like, is the natural amount of padding different depending on which architecture you're on? Yeah, maybe. So I don't have a strong answer, sorry. Good discussion though. Okay, so why do we not show in the client the server name? And my theory right now is that the server doesn't send that information over. And we know that this happens in authentication requests because this is where we make a host sync. And in host sync, we pass down host. So host is what gets serialized. So the information should be passed around if host gets serialized correctly. Now, the next question is, do we set host name correctly? And that is a question that depends both on how we write this information, how we read it from the database. So, go in init, and I believe that in init we do a good job at that. Maybe. Actually, wait a second. Yeah, I think I think we got the answer to our question. Wait, where the heck do we even write this info? Because check it out. It's not in users, it's not in roles, it's not in permissions. We don't have like a host table because we are only one host. So, just like here we do insert into users values, we need to do another one. We need to do one that adds the server name. And we have to put it into settings. Is it our call server name? Oh, it's server dot name. There we go. So this init writes down the server name, and then when we load, we also need to load this information correctly. Avoid protocol issues by using only CBOR on the wire, which does not have architecture or NNS issues at all. Oh, that is another good point. If client and server disagree on NDNS, that is also a problem. Although, right there, right struct does account for NNS. Anyway. So do we try to load all settings from the settings table, or do we only load name? I guess for now we just load name, and then in the future we can change that. If you want, I can translate the protocol to Seaboard sometime over the holidays if you're interested in Seaboard as an alternative. I mean, for now, I don't see any reason to change what the protocol looks like right now. It's really dumb. Like it's really really baseline. There is like it's very simple, and for now it seems that it does everything it needs to do. So I'm fine with it. So what is the problem? Why can we not do the init on this guy? You can do the init on a row. What is your problem, man? Oh, it got stuck. That's the problem. Okay. So that means that now, if we do server run, we get an error. Attempt to use null value. Right. You know why? Because our DB is busted. So we remake the server. This time it initializes everything correctly. And so now we run. No more crash. Uh-oh. Authentication failure. So this is not something that we deal with particularly well. You're trying to log on the server and it tells you authentication failure. What do you do at that point? Well, you need to do stuff. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. So what were we saying? Oh yeah, that we don't deal really well with rejection still. We deal with rejection a little bit better than we did before, but we still have trouble because yeah, I'm actually surprised that my authentication fails because it's still the same username and password, I believe. I created admin Christoph Banana. So this should not have changed. Oh, no, no, no. No, wait. Even if the salt changes, that doesn't matter. So, yeah. Um. Oh, there we go. Failed auth attempt on user Christoph not found. So, what? We loaded. I recreated a database. Christoph. Not found. What? I think we broke something. So first of all, if this situation happens, the client doesn't know what to do with that, which is a problem. That's logic that we need to implement. But why do we not find Christoph? We just made Christoph. Why is there nothing in users? Well, there being nothing in users would explain. Okay. So somehow we gained one thing, but we lost another. Oh shit. That's entirely me. I'm a moron. I thought I copied this stuff. And instead I replaced it. Okay, that explains it. Okay, that's entirely me. There we go. Run the server. And now we will connect correctly because we will authenticate correctly. Oh no, actually I think in this case we got stuck. Yeah. There we go. And the server is named Banana, which is our delicious server name. So success, everything is good. We lost our messages. Maybe it would be nice also to start adding some avatars. I don't know. We used to have avatars. We don't anymore. But these are GUI concerns that are not that important right now for me. So, hmm. Okay, this is fine. Next thing that we want to do after this is I think we can remove this log print. Not important. I wonder if these queries could be put into one exec. Maybe not. No, maybe yes if you put a transaction around them. Okay. How would banning work? Well, I guess banning. So, how does banning work? I guess the idea is that there is a, so right now we don't do permissions, but we need to do permissions. And the idea is that there is a banned role. And basically, whenever somebody's banned, you give them the banned role, and that's it. Maybe, or maybe it's a separate flag. I actually don't know about that. That is another complicated question. A user enabled disabled via role cannot work correctly, since then you need first to collect all users with that role. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. So you're saying that creating a role called banned wouldn't work because why not release after move to Codeberg? Well, because moving to Codeberg doesn't make new code. You want a new release if you make new code, and if you still have old code, and even if you move it to Codeberg, why in your release? Oh, no. I understand what you're, maybe, wait. I understand maybe what you're saying. If what you're saying is that right now, the website is not being updated with new unstable releases of build, then that it is true, you are right. And the reason is because the Zig website repository has not been moved to Codeberg yet, because Codeberg needs to push an update before we can safely move the website. And until we move the website, the CI that produces those star bolts is in a broken state, basically. But just for context, we don't call those releases, we call them builds, like unstable builds, nightly builds. A release is usually, 0.15.2 is our release. So that's why I gave my initial answer. You need to check on every interaction on a user if that user is in that role, but he loses the old user role. So you can have more than one role for sure. So you can have a banned role and also maintain other roles. As for checking on every interaction, that should not be necessary, because what you do is that when you give the banned role, hypothetically, by the way, I'm not committing to it. I'm just saying, let's imagine that we do it that way. Then what you would do is when you give somebody the banned role, you disconnect their clients, and then a banned user is forbidden from authenticating. So you don't check for people being potentially banned normally, because the moment they get banned, their clients get disconnected and they cannot authenticate anymore. So that's how I would do it. And I mean, the same would be true even if it was a Boolean property in the user, right? Even if you flipped a Boolean here that says banned, then you need to hide the messages. Yeah, that is yet another moderation requirement, right? Not always, right? Sometimes you want to ban people, but you don't want to necessarily delete their messages. Sometimes you do. Like for spammers, you definitely want. Actually, maybe for spammers, you just want to delete the account. I'm not sure. So yeah, a message should have a deleted flag that tells you, well, that needs to be deleted, that it should not be shown. Man, there is so much ground to cover with this stuff. Holy shit. I'm thinking of making myself another cup of tea. We also need rate limiting, some kind of rate limiting implementation, although that should not hit the database. Rate limiting, I think, should be a it should be an entirely in-memory thing. One thing that we could do is start prototyping roles a little bit and create the missing table that connects users to roles. That is one thing that we could do. We could continue with crowding users. So we could implement list users. We could also, we implemented add users, but also add user. No, I mean, add user is fine. But if we implement, for example, edit user, then editing a user requires notifying the server, which in turn has to notify the client. So there's that as well. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna start warming up some water to get get it going, and then I'll decide later. Okay, 5 minutes and tea is ready. You know what? Let's take a look at what stuff like Zulip does, for example. Where's Zulip? It's on GitHub. Okay, give me Zulip. Oh god. Zerber? Oh my god. Guys, please. Models? Muted users. Presence.py. Wait, what? Python? That explains things. Let's see. Clients. What's a client? Models? Zulip is a Django application? My mind is blown. Zulip is a Django application? Whoa. Groups. I don't even know what is a group in Zulip. System groups. Oh, I guess that's roles, basically. Full members. No, it's more complicated. Apparently, there's a role prefix, so groups are not just roles. Roles are groups that are prefixed with role. Role nobody. Role everyone. Members. Moderators. Administrators. Owners. Internet. Full members. I did not expect this. Let's look at Revolt. Move to Stout Chat, formerly Revolt. We're currently moving to Stout Chat. Stout. What happened? Crates. Crates? Core? Oh, database or models? Database. Templates. Deletion.txt. Okay. Fixtures. Models. Source. V0. There we go. Users. Oh, timer. There we go. Auto-derived partial. I don't know what that does. We're back. Okay, let's take a look at what we have in here. So, ID, username, discriminator. What is discriminator? Display name, option string, keep serializing if option is none. Avatar attachment, option file, relations. Third, skip serializing if vec is empty. What is relations? So roles? Badges. Status. Bit field of user badges. Developer, translator, supporter, responsible disclosure founder, platform moderation, active supporter, PO, early adopter, reserved relevant joke badge 1, reserved relevant joke badge 2. So these are like platform wide badges. Flags. Suspended until. Deleted. Banned. Spam. Privileged. Bot. Current session uses relationship with this user. What is the... Okay, show me relationship status, please. Non, user, friend, outgoing, coming, blocked, blocked, other. User relationship with another user or themselves. What? I think that is a concept that is specific to Revolt that I don't know about. Messages. ID, nonce. Channel, author, user. What? User and author are different. Oh, this is webhook bullshit. Okay. Member. Wait, member, user, author. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is also an inline user identity. I see. I guess it's for the webhook. Like the webhook makes up a user identity thing. Masquerade, pinned, reactions, index map. Interactions. Information about how this message should be interacted with. Reactions, restrict reactions. Okay, it's certainly interesting looking at this stuff. I don't think much of that is particularly, I mean, it's either obvious stuff that we want to do as well or stuff specific to what they're doing. What license do they use? Oh, they're AGPLing this. Let's go. Yeah, okay. Nice. Yeah, I think we should bite the bullet and do user editing. And although what it is that you do, what it is that you edit on a user. I guess it, well, technically you can change their password. Maybe they forgot it, so you can, yeah, I guess you can do that. Like, maybe we could have specific commands like edit password, edit name, edit avatar. And each one of those, it's just editing one specific thing. But then you also need to refer to the user somehow. So for example, you cannot edit its handle because that's how you refer to it, to a user. Actually, do users have, oh, their handle is not their ID though, but it is. Yeah, it is indexed that way. Okay, let's do the user editing. Server, user, user add. We implemented. There's ban. We don't know how that looks like yet. Let's do edit. Although, should we allow you to change the user's handle? Yeah, we have to. I think we need two commands. I think we need edit by handle and we need edit by ID. I am so these API as I'm designing it right now has the problem where the handle is like you do dash dash handle and then dash dash handle again. Like what the fuck is that? I think it would be better like edit by ID or edit by handle, and then the first argument is either ID or handle. That's what I'm starting to think. You know what? For now, let's do it this way. For now, let's implement only one version of this command, which is only edit by ID. Okay. So this is not too bad. Handle password, display name DB path. Yeah, that works. This is pretty much the same. The only difference is that the first argument is var ID equals user ID. First, we need user ID. Oh, this is also interesting. So user ID has to be what? Actually, it's a string right now. I think technically it's supposed to be an integer. But I don't think we even need to parse it as one. So I think we can leave it as a string. String representing a number. As for the other ones, they can be null. So they can be left optional. Okay. In here. No. Handle is handle. Password is password. Display name is display name. DB path remains non-optional. We give it the default value. ID is ID. ID cannot be optional. Yeah, user ID. We need a logic that at least one of must be specified. I think we can do that with reflection, maybe. There we go. We can do it this way. So there we go. Look, check this out. We do type info on command. We know that it's a struct. We do fields, and then we slice those fields starting at 2 because we skip user ID and we skip DB path. And then we assert that at least one of these guys must be on. Actually, we can do it this way. There you go. This is not bad, actually. This is pretty decent parsing. This is neat. Then, we parse our command, open the database, but we need to open it using the style of database. have to open it that way, I think. Actually, user add also has the same problem. Hmm. Hmm. Also, all these tries, man. These are all catch fatal DB. You know what? We need multiple curse words. Also, this needs to be DB. Oh no, wait, we don't have a DB abstraction in here. Oh, that is unfortunate. Maybe we should have one. It's really convenient. It is really convenient. Let's go to database and let's see if we can rig this up. I mean, yeah, we can just call this, I guess. So we can do this. Yeah, we can improve this a lot. And I think that this also is necessary for user add. Hmm. Oh no, it's run database, isn't it? Okay. There you go. Actually, maybe wait, the password hashing might be necessary. Okay. So now we need to handle all these updates. I guess we can make separate queries for all of them. Not the greatest approach, but can put everything in a transaction for consistency. Although it would be preferable to have just one query for this stuff, but I don't think there is an easy way. Like, yeah, I don't think there is an easy way. There are ways, just not easy. That sucks. Okay, how do you do transactions? Oh, it literally transaction sends begin, commit, rollback, begin exclusive. Okay. So here we can do con.transaction. And then do we do a for loop? Let's do super explicit for now. So the first one is handle. So let's say that we want to modify just handle. So we do um, exec. Update users. How does an update query work when it specifies this? I guess update users, parentheses, handle. We need a where clause. Yeah, I don't remember what update looks like in SQLite or in SQL. Give me one. Update table set colon equals value. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of it. I guess there is one line per thingy. No, almost. There's a bunch of if statements necessarily. Yep. There we go. Okay. Password. Then so handle password. Then we had display name. I think that was it. What else was there? Yeah, handle password display name. So this is it. Um, well, let's see if we build. We do build. We kind of want to have user list so that we can see user IDs, I think. But it's fine. We know our own user. It's user 0. Edit user ID 0 dash dash display name banana. Let's see. Yeah. Display name is now banana. And we can put it back to admin. And now it's back to admin. So the basics are there. Problem is, this does not currently update the server. We need the server to pick up on these changes. I'm committing to the callback thingy, I think. So, okay, in run, we basically also want to start a database feed thread. Starting TCP interface, loading database. After that, we want to do something like this. Starting DB change feed listener. We give it the database. We'll see what else it needs. I'm starting to think that I should have a group for these guys. Who cares for now? It doesn't matter. Okay, now we need to implement the change feed. I'm gonna put it down after client, maybe even. After client, actually, no, for sure. Maybe after state, even. Oh, I know why I am not making a group, because I am enjoying the ability to return with errors, which is nice. Otherwise, I would need to make a wrapper function. Okay. Run change feed. What do we do in the change feed? We need to block on that delicious database stuff, but also we're not good async citizens, are we, right now? I wonder how this will interact with cancellation. Time to see. Also, I'm optimistic about the fact that here we have that C API exposed, but we might not have that. Holy cow. Blob, error, pool. Repair, changes, rows, transaction, exclusive transaction, commit, rollback, last error, statement, rows from error code, and then a bunch of tests. Oh, what's in zqlite.zig? Connection, row, statement, column type. What? Int, float, text, blob, null, unknown. Okay. Open, blob. A marker type so we can tell if the provided conjugate should be treated as a text or a blob. That's cool. That might be useful to us when we deal with avatars. Is unique. Error or constraint unique. Bunch of errors. So this API has not been propped at all. But thankfully, we do have access to C. So we can do zqlite.c and, you know, decide our own destiny. Not this one. Update hook. Okay, let's try to make this work. So in run, actually that doesn't, there is a callback. It's not even a thread that we start. Yeah, never mind. More than this, we want to set that up as yeah, it's a callback. So we want an extern function. This one does not even accept a database. That's defined by on change. There we go. We call it on change, on DB change. Okay, so we're defining this function. The first argument to the callback is a copy of the third argument to SQLite 3 update hook. So it's user data. Which I don't think we care about right now. The second callback is one of 3 values. Let's call it event. Let's assume that it's a cint for now. We need to look more into the. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, there we go. It is a cint. It's a void star. cint, string pointer, string pointer, table name. Oh no. Pointers to the database and the table name containing the affected row. Databases have names? What? And the final one is row ID. SQLite3 int 64. Okay, so those exist probably in the header file. Okay. Authorizer action codes. SQLite delete is 9. 9, 23, and 18. Jesus. Please tell me I can make a cint enum. Insert, we said 18. Update. What was it? That 23? Delete? I don't remember. Update is 23. Yeah. Insert is 18. Delete is 9. We can do better, right? We can do zqlite.c.sqlite insert. Enum fields do not have types. Oh, you're right. It's equal sign. Yeah, there we go. Which I believe that allows me to do this directly. No. Because... Yeah, no, I can't. I'm gonna try anyway. I don't think I can, though. Okay. Can't return an error. True. Does this callback return anything? This fucking C syntax. I assume it does not return anything. See also commit hook, rollback hook, pre-update hook. Hello X2, happy Friday to you as well. Pre-update hook. Okay, let us now see if we can wire this up. So we don't start any thread in here, but instead we do SQLite dot. Maybe you could even argue that this is something that we should do in DB. I don't know. We'll see. SQLite.c. What was this thing called? SQLite 3. Update. Hook. Struct SQLite 3. That would be db.con. Next is our callback. It's a C long. C int and then C long. Okay, so on db change. And this is null. Sorry, null. Change this. This is optional. This is a C long. Okay, what's the problem? Yeah, what's in a con? .con again. Zig build. Expect the type C pointer to C import. Struct SQLite 3. What? Zig? Are you okay? So when it says this is bad. Because when this is being said, it means that there's two places where there's a C import of this thing happening. This is a problem, I think, with the library. Okay, expected type. Optional opaque. Yeah, okay, it's the cint stuff. Any opaque. Cint. TT. C long long. Wait, since when is Zig so bitchy about this stuff? Oh, is it because this needs to be optional? God damn it, man. Value of type any opaque ignored. Oh, what? What does this return? Void star. Hmm. Okay. Let's see how it goes now. Run the server. Hopefully it does not explode. Does not explode. Let's update this user. Oh, our callback did not trigger at all. That is bad. Hmm. Uh. Okay, why are we not seeing anything? Let's think about it. So, if we get in here, we definitely print something. No discussion. But mm, let's try to do user add. No prints whatsoever. Is the source open for flow control? Yes. Go to flowcontrol.dev. There, go to the download section, and then you will find links to two repositories, one on Codeberg, one on GitHub, and they're the same repository. They're two copies of the same repo. What's up with our update hooks? I'm starting to fear that this only triggers hooks from changes that originate from our connection. And I think we can test this by copying this line and running it inside of add. So instead of add, when we add a user, check it out. Yeah, look at this. Now we see the database event. Fuck. That's not what I was hoping for. Yep, that sucks. It sucks because that's not CDC. This is not what I was aiming for. That is unfortunate. Does SQLite really not have any of that? Like, come on, man. Why are you like this? SQLite history. Arculite. Real-time change in the capture for distributed SQLite. No, dude. I just want normal SQLite. Go. Don't tell me the DuckDB has this. With confidence and acid. Yeah, but I don't care about that. Duck Lake data change feed. Changes made by a specific snapshot. Changes made between multiple snapshots in the last week. That is too complicated. I want something more lightweight. This is blowing my fucking mind that nobody has this. Rethink DB had this. How is it possible that the people who made Rethink DB made the best database ever and then disappeared, and then nobody else made a good database after that? This is so sad. I'm not gonna use it because I don't want a second process. I know that it should still kinda alive. Is this being maintained? Oh no, Night of the Living Dead. That was released a long time ago. December 2023. They are doing things, but not making releases, huh? God damn it. C++. Hello, Caritham. You know what? Let's read the documentation so that we can have like a full overview. Attach database. Hmm. Returning clause, rollback transaction, release save point, select update, upsert, vacuum, window functions with clause. What's a save point? Oh, you can nest them. Jesus Christ. Sure. So you have nested transactions, but God forbid you have a thing that just pumps out every time a row in a database, in a table changes, huh? Returning clause is not a statement in itself, but it's a clause that can be optional. That can optionally appear near the end of top level delete insert update. Create table, insert into values, returning star. Looking for listen in SQLite. Maybe. I don't know what listen is in other databases, but it does sound that might be it. Is this pub sub? Um, no, that's not exactly it. It's related, but it's not exactly pub sub. I'm looking for I'm looking for something that basically pings me whenever change happens in a database, well, in a table, and it doesn't have to be persistent. Basically, as long as I'm connected, think of it this way. It's kind of like imagine that you can do like select updates from table users, and then it's a cursor that is endless, and then it keeps returning one entry every time a new row has been inserted, deleted, or updated. And then you receive a new row whenever one of these things has happened, and then you process that row, and then you keep pulling from that cursor, and then you block. Like if there are no updates, you literally block on that. Yeah, but update hook only gives you updates from changes that come from your own connection. If a change was made from another connection, then it doesn't work. Common to make a trigger for this? No, I don't want a trigger because I don't want to persist the change. I just want to be able to observe it if I'm connected. When I'm not connected, it doesn't matter. So you want a message log actually? No, I don't. No, because Kafka is persisted. I want that is kind of like something that is kind of like PubSub, but it's PubSub wired to changes on a table. You know what's funny? Everything DB used to have this. Where is it? Cursors. Recognition, joint transformation aggregation. They have this. Oh man, it's been a long time. I don't know where they have these. Maybe it's different. Let's see, API. Documentation. Change feeds. Yeah, you basically were able to say, look, table users, give me all changes, run this function every time there's a change. And the point is that it is not persisted. So if you disconnect, then you lose some changes, but it's fine. It's for a use case where you don't want event sourcing. You don't want Kafka. You just want the mechanism where as long as you are up, then you want updates that happen while you're awake, let's say, and that's it. It's actually pretty cool. Like, this whole thing is really cool. RethinkDB is such a cool database. So SQLite change feed. As an update hook that does what you want. No. That's another lie. We need to ping the process. Transactional change feeds for SQLite. Python. DuckDB change feed. So the table changes function within the Duck Lake extension. So no. No. This one only gives you updates that come from the same connection. So if a different process with a different connection changes the database, you don't get notified. I don't think that this is gonna be enough to make me want to use something that isn't SQLite. But it is kind of a bummer. It is kind of a bummer. And now I'm curious, what other databases offer this kind of stuff? Convex? Torso has something about this. I guess I'm now more interested in seeing what Torso has. But should we abandon SQLite for Torso? Is this what we're doing? Oh my god. I don't think I'm ready for this. I'm sure Cosmos DB has change feeds. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, this fucking database, man. Oh, okay. Let's see. Introducing change data capture. But this goes, oh, unstable capture data changes con fool. Oh my god, before and after? Jesus. No. So we've designed multiple modes to balance between detail and performance. ID before, after, full. No, 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 no. This is not what I want. This is a solution maybe for some people. I don't know. I think maybe it's questionable if you need full event sourcing and you're doing this thing. I think this is like a poor man's event sourcing. It's like you're trying to do event sourcing, but then I don't know. What I'm trying to do is should not have persistence on purpose. Let's see. Queries, the query constructor, arguments, responsive context, calling queries from clients. Sorry, this link is doesn't seem to be specific to this idea that I'm talking about. Like query seems a very generic term, so I don't know what's convex. Oh, they have a page that says real time. Everybody's making it so fucking complicated. It's incredible how RethinkDB had this perfectly right first try. You know what? That's on me. I thought that by 2025 everybody would have figured out that this is an obvious thing that you want to have. Apparently nobody does. We're fucked. So that means that this approach is unfeasible. And that means that so Torso does absolutely nothing for us. That means that we need man. We need to somehow ping the process whenever we do these changes. This seems so suboptimal, man. So suboptimal. I'm sad. I'm actually sad. Holy shit. You know who has change feeds? Guys, please. Please. MongoDB has change feeds. Yeah, they call them change streams. Watch a collection, a database, or a deployment. I don't know what a deployment is. This seems like a new concept. Ask MongoDB AI. Rate this page 1 star. You guys just suck. They have change streams, man. Goddamn MongoDB has change streams. Redact. Man. Well, no change streams for us. Is everything running on one computer? Yes. Postgres with wall to JSON. No Postgres. I don't want a second service that you need to start. It needs to be a embedded database. So either SQLite or something that is very similar to SQLite. I'm looking at these other databases because RethinkDB, I knew that had it. And then I remembered that MongoDB has it. Then I'm just curious to understand how come that this stuff is not more widespread. But I'm not considering anything that you have to start another process for. Embedded databases, let's see. Doing it in process without a DB seems much easier. Well, if we had change feeds, that is, in my opinion, by far the best choice. Or rather, it is certainly the easiest choice. Maybe not the best. That's maybe more nuanced. But doing it in process, the thing is, man, it means that your CLI tool cannot be an independent CLI tool that connects to the database and then makes some changes. That is not enough. It means that at that point you need to synchronize with the application, with the running server, and it is way more jank because now I need to connect to it. So how do I do that? Do we open a TCP connection locally and we talk over that? Do we make a Unix socket? If we make a Unix socket, then where do I find the right Unix socket belonging to this server process? I guess I can put the sock file next to the database. That works, I guess. Keep the SQLite 3 update hook and then send a POSIX message to write to the database, maybe. But at that point, you can just send the operation request to the running process, and then you don't need even the hook. Man, Berkeley DB, DuckDB, CSQL, Extensible Storage Engine, ExtremeDB, Firebird, InfinityDB, InnoDB, Interbase, Kuzu. What's Kuzu? SolidDB, Monet, Torso, Sophia. Kuzu is dead. It's a graph database. Oh, come. Let's see. 6 best embedded databases for 2024. AI generated image. Plus meme from the Orville. Let's go. Wait. Ready to dive in? Let's get started. You're a walking database. Search your files. Oh. SQLite, DuckDB. Support us. RocksDB. Developed by Facebook. Right. Key value store though. Vector database. Embedded database is... Yeah, Kuzu is dead. Space. AI space. Wait. Is this a lost in translation GIF? Okay. 2025. Arculite has CDC. What's Arculite? Arculite. Fault tolerant written on SQLite. Go. God damn it. And I bet you that this one is not embedded. On top of everything, I mean, it's written in Go, so certainly it's not embedded. It wants you to... I mean, I wouldn't want to embed a Go application anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we need to restructure these things to become operations that you know what? I guess at this point we're gonna leave it as a to do for the future. I'm not gonna do it now. It's not super important. It's kind of disappointing that we can't do it. I'm gonna comment this stuff out. No Postgres because I don't want a like. Do you like when starting a server requires you to set up Postgres? I hate it. I really hate it. Like it's such a downgrade compared to SQLite in terms of convenience when you just want to start, the server for something. So, yeah. Okay, so PG Lite. With reactivity and live sync? Huh? Built-in support for data loading, synchronization, and live query primitives. Live query primitives, that seems what I'm looking for. Live queries. The live extension enables you to subscribe to a query and receive updated results when the underlying tables change. Wow. To use the extension, it needs to be added to the the PG Lite instance when creating it. There are three methods: live.query, live.incrementalQuery, live.changes. I guess we want therefore results set on each update for only changes emitted by changes. Perfect for feeding into React. A lower level API that emits the changes insert, update, delete that can then be mapped to mutations in a UI or another data store. Huh. So that seems it. I mean, I don't know. I don't trust this. I don't trust this thing, but yeah. I don't know. I don't feel like this product. I don't feel like trusting this product to the point where I choose it as my key infrastructural technology. Also, what? Why is there a bajillion lines of TypeScript? Well, I guess because they do Postgres. Okay, Postgres PG Lite is something else, another repo. Well, that is sad. Could have been worse. Could also have been better. So, you know what's funny? I feel like one of those CTOs that have to make a technological decision, and so they immediately go for like gut feeling. They look at tables. They have to decide whether to trust your stuff or not. And they're conservative because they don't want to jump into a random thing that seems to promise good stuff, but then it's always promises. Whether the facts match the promises is always way more nuanced. But yeah, and this is funny because I'm here running around with my 0.15 version of the programming language, but I'm picky when it comes to the database. Probably all databases that have hit version 1 for a while now, but still I don't care. It's either SQLite or something that I would consider comparable in trustworthiness. Because the reality is that, you know, you're running a server, you don't want your entire dataset to be randomly corrupted because the doofuses who made that, you know, weirdo embedded version of another database mess something up. So, so that means that we're not gonna have the ability to have these concept of universal updates, or rather we can, but only within our own application, and at that point it's just kind of inefficient. So might as well just do it the right way. Okay, so we have user creation, we have user editing, we should have user listing, I guess, so that we can see user IDs. So let's implement user listing. Then after that, we should work, I think, on something else. So we do user listing, and I think at that point, if some of the basic stuff is good, I think at that point we should work on roles. So let's do listing, and then let's start thinking about roles. Maybe banning, maybe not banning, but roles in general we should worry about, because roles and permissions, they are kind of pervasive. Like everything relies on those things. So give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then we're going to do this work. I just noticed that I have the music going also in YouTube, and YouTube stopped the stream because of that, of course. Uh, there you go. No more music on YouTube. Hmm. It's because I have this stupid music playing. That's it. That's literally it. I have this stupid piano music playing, and it's copyrighted on YouTube. Everybody wants to eat money on YouTube, so they copyright the fuck out of every single sound that they can, and so you can't put any audio on your stuff. I don't know. It's so stupid. Have the juicy main stuff. No, I don't think people are talking about juicy main much, but also I think it's probably gonna happen. I don't see why it should not happen. So um I think you can rest easy that it's happening sooner or later, but not too soon because there's other stuff first. Like Andrew is working on a giant async branch. So okay, let's do listing. So user dot zig. Um, let's add list. Is there any form of searching in SQLite? Where expression, window, values, order, limit. What's an expression? Schema name, unit operation, expression, operator, blah, blah, blah. Full text search. Oh, let's see what are these modules. Wait. Maybe some of these modules are useful for us. Let's see. JSON functions, SQL functions for creating, parsing, and querying JSON content. Delightful. But not now. FTS5, full text search. Description of the SQLite full text search FTS5 extension. R3 module. Description of the SQLite R3 extension. R3 is a specialized data structure that supports fast multi-dimensional range queries often used in geospatial systems. Sessions. The sessions extension. Oh, it's this stuff. No, that's save point. Wait, the fuck? The session extension provides a convenient mechanism to record changes to tables in an SQLite database, package those changes into a change set or patch set file, and later apply the same set of changes to another database with the same schema and compatible starting data. Okay, cool. Runtime loadable extensions. Okay, so like modules, cool. dbstat virtual table. The dbstat virtual table reports on the sizes and the geometries of tables storing content in an SQLite database, and is the basis of the SQLite 3 Analyzer utility program. CSV virtual table. The CSV virtual table allows SQLite to directly read and query CSV files. CArray is a table valued function that allows C language arrays to be used in SQL queries. Generate series, spell fix. Zip file. Percentile extension. Unlock notify. Red Hat logging. Unlock notify API. When two or more connections access the same database in shared cache mode, read and write shared exclusive locks and individual tables are used to ensure the concurrently executing transactions are kept isolated. Before writing it to a table, a write exclusive lock must be obtained on that table. Before reading, a read shared lock must be obtained. A connection releases all held table locks when it concludes its transaction. If a connection cannot obtain a required lock, then the call to SQLite 3 step returns SQLite locked. Although it is less common, a call to SQLite prepare or prepare redo may also return SQLite locked if it cannot obtain a read lock on the table schema table, blah, 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 blah. This article prevents a technique for using the SQLite unlock notify interface such that calls to step and prepare with 2 block until the required locks are available instead of returning SQLite locked immediately. If the SQLite blocking step or blocking prepare with 2 functions presented on the right return SQLite locked, this indicates that to block would deadlock the system. Huh. Okay, the YouTube stream has fixed itself in the meantime. It's slowly switching to being a full-time crudder, I guess. Look, in this life, it either you wait, what is it? You know, it's like eat or be eaten, but crud or be crudded. You either create or yeah, you either create or you live long enough to well, I don't know. So unlock notify is designed for using systems that have a separate thread assigned to each database connection. There is nothing in implementation that prevents a single thread from running multiple database connections. Aware unlock notify interface. Read or be written. Yeah. Oh man. The pthreads API. Not interesting. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's implement user listing. Let's CRUD. So no, wait. There was the full text search stuff, but I guess this is complicated. It wants you to create. It wants you to create a virtual table. This might be something that we want to add to messages, right? We do want to be able to search, to do full text search on messages. So yeah. So we might want to enable this for messages at some point. What do they support this much syntax? Man, I don't get it. It is an error to add types, constraints, or primary key declarations to a create virtual table statement used to create an FTS5 table. Once create an FTS5 table may be populated using insert, update, or delete statements like any other table. FTS5 table has an implicit integer primary key field name row ID. Note showing in the example above is that there is also various operations that may be provided to FTS5 as part of the create virtual table statement to configure various aspects of the new table. Modify the way in which table extracts terms, documents, and queries to create extra indexes on disk to speed up prefix queries, or to create an FTS5 table that acts as an index on content stored elsewhere, which I would say is probably what you want to do mainly. There we go. Tokenized Porter ASCII. I think this is cool. You know what? I'm actually curious. Shall we implement full text search for messages? I think this would be nice. Okay, let's do this. Let's do. Oh no. Let's do user listing, and then let's do message listing. And we turn on full text search, because in any case we are gonna need to explore to expose this also in the client UI. But we might as well do that also on the server. So starting from the server is probably easier. So let's do that. User list. Oh, I did right. I started doing this because I wanted to do search. How does search work? When you search a user, what do you search it on? Handle, display name. Maybe user will have statuses, but those are temporary. I'm not even sure temporary statuses should even be saved on the database. So never mind that. Okay, you know what? Let's leave user listing behind, because it's or you know what? We just do basic user listing, no search whatsoever. Just list users, no filters, like this. That's it. Wait, what? Async start field user ID in the string? Uh, okay. No transaction. Connection.rows. Select um, select ID handle ID handle display name from users. Um, the third row is the init. This should actually go to std out. Something like this. Invalid escape character. Oh, and use function parameter. Don't find or never name writer in file. Really? Wait, are you saying there is no writer on this guy? Read positional, write streaming, write positional. Reader, reader streaming. Where's like writer streaming? Uh, what? What am I missing? Okay. There we go. Oh, this is really bad. Like we need proper like table printing or something like that. This is not great what I'm doing here. But well, we have something. Also, we need a new line here. Yeah. I think that tabular content should be an escape code. I'm actually surprised if that is not the case. Man, technology is kind of letting me down today. Okay. Well, we have this. Let's do full text search. Let's get some enjoyment out of this. So, how do we do this? We might not be able to do this without row IDs. So maybe we'll end up with messages having to have a row ID, which is not delightful, but could be worse, I guess. So hmm. So we have role, user, server. We don't have messages. Okay. Yeah, but the question is, will these correctly perform tabular printing? Because my point is that you see how I put a tab, but the tab is keeping these things misaligned because this one is too short, this one is too, or this one is too long, depending on how you want to look at it. And so these two guys get pushed further out, while this guy does not. Um, so what I would want is to have something that I can print to express that I want column alignment, basically, without having to compute that myself. And ideally, if the terminal is able to do this work itself, then on resize it should not corrupt the table. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. That's what I was thinking about. Like if you think about it, it's as that you cannot trivial produce tables in your terminal. You want to know another example of a table that everybody keeps doing all the time and everybody does it in an ass way? This one. Look at how ass this is. These are clearly two columns that we're like, this is clearly a two column thing that we're creating, but we kind of have to half ass it manually. Well, in this case, it's not a big deal, but when you have like a big one of these guys and then printing gets all corrupted because you have manual new lines, maybe your editor, sorry, your terminal window is slightly smaller. And so now you have new lines that are because of line wrapping plus your new lines. It's a mess. Well, if instead you could say, look, these are like two columns, then you would get the column alignment automatically and you would get everything perfect actually. If you could say begin table, two columns, boom, boom. Have to buffer until the last line. Yeah. This sucks. Okay. Mm. Again, this is not the greatest design, but we can make it better in the future. Let's just have the functionality now. Yeah, but you see how these are all shitty solutions because if you think about it, this is like just a workaround for not being able to express semantically what you should be able to express semantically. Um, I'm actually surprised if, like, I would even argue that if this doesn't exist, that is something that Ghosty should consider standardizing. Well, in any case, let's do our full text search stuff. So yeah, okay. There we go. Okay. So what we want to do next is change our table definitions to also introduce full text search for messages. Search, create table search. Okay, let's look at the syntax. Create virtual table, whatever, using FTF5. And then a contentless FTF table is created by setting the content option to an empty string. For example, contentless tables do not support update or delete statements, or insert statements that do not supply a non-null value for the raw ID field. Contentless tables do not support replace conflict handling. Replace or insert or replace statements are treated as singular insert statements. Rows may be deleted from a contentless table using an FTS5 delete command. Attempting to read any column value except the row ID from a contentless FTS5 table returns an SQL null value. Contentless delete tables. What? It's also possible. It's also very contentless delete tables. Contentless delete table is created by setting the content option to an empty string and also setting the contentless delete option to 1. A contentless table differs from a contentless table in that contentless delete tables support both delete and insert or replace into statements. Contentless delete tables support update statements, but only if new values are supplied for all user-defined columns of the STF5 table. Contentless delete tables do not support FTS5 delete command. I am not sure. External content tables. An external content FTS5 table is created by setting the content option to the name of a table, virtual table, or view here after the content table within the same database. Whenever column values are required by FTS5, it creates the content table as follows with the raw ID of the row for which values are required bound to the SQL variable. In the above, content is replaced by the name of the content table. So let's see. If the database schema is T1, ABCD integer primary key, virtual table AC, content equals T1, content row ID equals Z. That's what we want, I think. Using STF5, we care about body, content equals messages, content row ID equals ID. FTF5 may issue queries such as select DAC from T1 where D equals question mark. Okay. Actually, you can even argue that this should be in here. Mm, we might need to also index these guys. We'll see. Error processing messages index 3. FatalDB error. No such module as FTS5. Fuck. Okay, that's on us. We need to figure this out in the FTS client stuff. DQS 0. Use a locker 1. Thread safe 1. Temp store. API armor unlock. Have sleep. There's more that we need to do. Where's the FTS stuff? So how to build with FTS? While processing query setting is next 0. Okay. There we go. Okay, success. We now have full text search. Man, Ziggy is so cool. Okay, we have full text search in theory, but we have not. How do you keep these things in sync? Because we are referencing the original table, but does that automatically keep everything in sync for us? Unindexed column. Create the table if there's 5. The concept of columns qualified with the unindexed column option are not added to the FTS index. This means that the purpose of match queries and FTS auxiliary functions, the column contains no matchable tokens. External content table pitfalls. It is the responsibility of the user to ensure that an FTS external content table, one with non-empty content equals option, is kept consistent with the table content table itself. The table named by the content equals option. If these are allowed to become inconsistent, then the results of the queries against blah 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 may become unintuitive and appear inconsistent. In these situations, the apparently inconsistent results produced by queries against the FTS5 external content table may be understood as follows. This query does not use okay, we don't care. How do you keep them in sync? For example, if a database is created using the following script, T1, insert, and then FTS5, then the content table contains 2 rows, but the index contains no entries corresponding to them. In this case, the following queries will return inconsistent results as follows. Alternatively, the database were created and populated as follow. First create table, then create virtual table, then this, then the content table is empty, but the f index contains entries for 6 different tokens. Then the content table is empty. T1. Oh, because this, okay, this is inserting into this is inserting into this thing. It's almost as if there should be a more straightforward way of keeping these two things in sync. If only, if only. Let's see. Hopefully we'll get a satisfying answer later in this document. As described in the previous section, triggers. Let me turn on the lights. Let's see. Triggers on the content table are a good way to ensure that an FTS5 table is kept consistent. However, triggers are only fired when rows are inserted, updated, or deleted in the content table. This means that if, for example, a database is created as follows: create table, insert, create virtual table, FT, blah, 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 and then create triggers, then the content table and external table are inconsistent because creating triggers does not copy existing rows. Okay. Create trigger after insert on T1, begin insert into this other guy. Similar triggers for update plus delete. Yes. Contentless tables do support update and delete statements, although they must be used with care. When a delete is executed against the contentless table, for each affected row, the current values are retrieved by querying the content table as follows. What does that mean? In practice, this means that to delete a row from both the content table and the FTS5 external content table, the FTS5 table must be updated first. The FTS5 table must be updated first so that the content table row is still available to it. In FTS5, an update statement is implemented as a delete followed by an insert. So let me put it this way. So you're telling me that I need to be extra careful with updates and deletes, and then you give me the trivial example for insert, but you don't show me the fucking more important example for update and delete, which you are saying it's harder to get right. Bro, please give me a good example. Normally, STF5 maintains a special backing table within the database that stores the size of each column value in tokens inserted into the main FTS5 table in a separate table. This backing table is used by the X column size API function, which is in turn used by the built-in something something. In order to save space, this backing table may be omitted by setting the column size option to 0. For example, virtual table using FTS5 column size 0. 3 equivalent ways of creating a table that does not store the X column size values on disk. That does store, okay? If an FTS5 table is configured with a column size 0, but it's not a contentless table, then X column size API function still works, but runs much more slowly. In this case, instead of reading the value to return directly from the database, it reads the text value itself and counts the tokens within it on demand. The detail option, the token data option, the locale option, the contentless unindexed option. Usually, unindexed columns belonging to contentless tables are not very useful. Values written to them are not indexed or stored, and reading from such an unindexed column always returns null. However, if the contentless unindexed equals 1 option is specified on a contentless table, then the values of unindexed columns are stored persistently, even though values written to other columns are not. What? Auxiliary functions. Oh, select highlight. Yeah. BM25. Real value reflecting the accuracy of the current match. Highlight. Snippet. This fucking document still hasn't told me this how to keep this the tables in sync, bro. Please, please. How do you keep them in sync? Custom tokenizers. Bro. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh, there we go. But these are also they're all after. And I think this cannot be after, they need to be before. So I also think that hmm hmm I don't know. Well, let's write the query and then let's write the trigger stuff. So query is going to be rows is going to be also we can do that in list. We can copy the code from list, I guess. Also, we need to copy all of this. Is it match or matches? Well, something like this. Okay, that's our starting point. Actually, let's put this thing back. Okay, this is not very sophisticated, but better than nothing. Let's double check the syntax because I forgot. Match. Where email match. Okay. We need triggers here. After insert on messages, begin insert into search. This should be called messages search. Into messages search, row ID, channel outer body, values. Actually, what was this? New. Oh, so that new is something that exists implicitly? I guess okay, so this should be the starting point. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Run the server because we need to add some messages. Has anyone done a good write up about using the IO in an async way? I mean, I wrote a blog post about it a while ago. It's on my personal blog. I don't know if you've seen it. Andrew also write a blog post, which is basically a text version of the talk that he gave at Systems Distributed. Banana, apple, orange, red, blue, yellow, apple, blue. So we have three messages. Okay, let's see how we deal with. I guess we can close this. Let's see how we deal with message search. Empty. That is not good. Yeah, these two. These are both from me. Start with this one, and then Andrew has this one. Uh, it seems that our triggers are not doing fine. We need to see what's in the database. Okay, so it works. And unable to use match. Wait, so you need to do all messages search? Oh, but I thought you would be able to search on the original table. No, you're right. We obviously search on the other one. I wonder why this is not giving me a fetal then. No such column user. It's author. Okay, Apple. That should give me 2 rows. Yeah, it does. Hey, so full text search doesn't support like queries where you try to get clever with your, let's see, phrases. Oh, there we go. Match are made up of phrases. A phrase is an ordered list of one or more tokens. Tokens from each string in the query make up a single phrase. Two phrases can be concatenated into a single large phrase using the plus operator. For example, assuming the tokenizer module being used tokenizes the input 1, 2, 3 to 3 separate tokens, then the following 4 queries all specify the same phrase. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Prefix queries. A star character follows a string within an FTS expression. Sorry, if then the final token extracted from the string is marked as a prefix token. A expected prefix token matches any document token of which it is a prefix. May not work as expected. Initial token queries. Oh, there we go. So messages that start with Apple or oh well, we don't have. We can only do this. It should be empty. Oh no, we have Apple Blue, right? But yeah, Blue doesn't work. Okay, that kind of works as intended. I think we want to match this with handles and also get dates. Oh, there's also near. Match near. Okay, uh so we can build a bunch of those things. FTFI column filters. A single phrase or a near group may be restricted to matching text within a specific column of the FTS table by prefixing it with the column name followed by a column character. And those in braces. It is interpreted as a list of column not to match against. Okay. So we can build more complicated queries. And in fact, we should not be exposing this entirely to the user, I think. Boolean operators. Oh, right. So Apple or red. Oops. Apple and red. Apple and blue. There we go. So, okay. At least we have that. Um, what else do we want? I think we want to do joins. But I don't remember how you do joins in SQL, man. It's been so long. So I want to select SQL join. Select orders for inner join. So yeah, I guess we do want an inner join. Is there something better than that thing? From table 1, inner join table 2. Yeah, I think we want inner. I guess W3 schools then in the end is not that bad. select blah 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 from orders, inner join other table on so I want to do select author users dot handle comma channel dot channel comma channels dot name comma body from. Oh, we also have to specify messages search. Uh, let's omit channels for now. Oh, I think it's like this, right? Where and then inner join on like this. Boom. Syntax error near inner. So the where close goes afterwards. Yeah. No such column messages.id. I beg to disagree. I sincerely beg to disagree. I truly, sincerely beg to disagree. Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. What the fuck am I doing? Messages, search row ID. No, I did. Oh my god. The inner join with users is messages search dot author equals users dot ID. Yeah. Yeah, that's on me. I think we're also failing to extract fields. Yeah. Okay, let's do it well. So this is now text 0, int 1. No, other way around. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? I want what is it I want? I think I want first the name, and then in parentheses the ID. So I want first I want text 1, then I want int 0, Then I want int 2, and then I want text 3. That's the channel because I don't have the channel name for now. There we go. And then for, let's do channels. So there we go. Okay, so now we have proper stuff. We might as well do this. Yeah, so you're kind of seeing the messages. I mean, that's not bad. Let's do the highlight stuff, which I think it's cool. I don't get um I don't get the arguments from a specified column of the current row with extra markup, an integer indicating the index of the FTS table column to read the text from. Oh my god, you do by so like you can do this. Well, god damn it, you do highlight. Index 0, 1, 2. Okay, we can do better. Oh, come on. What is the invert color one? Horizontal tab, vertical tab. Inverse reverse. It's 27M. And no, it's 7 and 27. Okay. Ah. Uh, um, um, hmm. So what's happening, I think, is that this is not the syntax that uh, SQLite uses for expressing byte values. So how do we express this to SQLite? There must be a way of giving it weird bytes. I guess alternatively, we could try and replace them in the string that we're given. We could use something else. When Ghosting warns about something that executes, is it right that the dialogue can be responded to with just the keyboard? Uh, is that the case? I actually forgot if I did, if I closed it with the keyboard right now or not. I wasn't thinking about it much, but I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe it makes sense because I guess the problem is that can the terminal know the difference between what you're pasting and what you're typing? Yes, it can. So I don't know. Maybe it could. Hmm. Hmm. I cannot think of an easy way to get out of this thing because I would like to just be able to put my escapes there. Hmm. Okay, so okay, you know what? Let's try a few other combinations and see if anything sticks, I guess. We can try the Unicode escape system slash U001B. Does that do anything? Nope. Still prints verbatim. There we go. Escape, escape. What's escape though, bro? A named parameter. Interesting. That's it. Char. I think that is the problem. We need this. So this needs to be something like this. This is wrong, but I think it's something like that. So char 0x something something pipe whatever the rest. Okay. Show me the light. Haha, we did it. Success. Honestly, not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So we introduced full text search. We prototyped our search interface. I think that it does make sense for this interface to allow you to put all kinds of queries and constraints. But probably what we expose to users in a client application needs to be translated, meaning that we need to define a different language that then we parse and we use to produce these queries, but we also need to guarantee things. Um, for example, we need to filter out results that belong to to channels that the user is not allowed to see, as an example. So we'll need to do some of this stuff. But, again, starting point, not bad. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so what are we going to do next? I don't know. I think this might be it for me today. I haven't streamed for super long. Okay, it's been 4 hours and a half. It's kind of getting hard to find what to do on stream because all the things that remain kind of require, a lot of silent staring at the code and thinking about which path to take. So we might not have a lot of streaming content in the short term for D2, but well, during the holidays, I'm certainly going to make progress. So when I come back, there will be something more. But this has been cool. So far, this has been cool. So yeah, kind of funny. This whole thing. Yeah, thank you very much. And let's see if anybody's streaming Zig. Otherwise, I'm gonna call it. I'm not gonna raid. Or you know what? No. If there's Demo Roy live, I'll raid Demo Roy. Cakes TS2DE. No Demo Roy. I am going to fish V3. Oh no, but that's not fish the shell. Never mind.